When the cutter appears on the opposite side, pull the cutter out. Place the handle in the center and twist it out. This is what they call a French curl. When you fry these, they come out like donuts, nice and brown. Serve them with your steaks or pot roast them. Unwind it, there's 2 curls out of the 1 potato. Tomorrow morning for breakfast, wind a little strip of bacon around the potato and serve them with bacon and eggs. They're delicious. Different colored vegetables, wind them together and you get the 2 colors. Here's a little trick cut. Split the curl halfway through the center. If you're making a shrimp salad and you happen to run short of shrimp, mix these in with the regular shrimp. Upon my word, you couldn't tell the difference until you start to eat 'em. Now the rest of the potato, you stuff it. We'll call this a little chicken. We'll call this here some hamburger. You might have a little meat that's been laying in the ice box for a few days. Chop the meat up fine, season it highly, stuff it into the center of the potato and bake them with the skins on. When they're done, cut them in 2. Serve them on the half shell just like that. Serve them in slices when company calls. The more company you have, the thinner you cut the slices. If your mother-in-law calls, give her a beak piece like that. Now the second tool in the set is known as the garnishing knife. Everything you cut with this must come out fancy. Watch this, please. You cut down, you turn the potato, and then you cut through the edge. First one way and then the other. Sweet potatoes cut like this, drop them into a little batter of pancake flour and fry them. When they're golden brown, sprinkle molasses on them. Serve them with strips of bacon for breakfast. Why, they're delicious. Here's beets, you pickle them, and carrots, you steam or cream them. In making the original French fried potato, cut them in thick slices. Put them one on top of each other. Cross-cut the slices, and you'll never eat a French fry any other way. The potatoes cut like this will not absorb the fat because they're garnished around. Pineapples cut for your pineapple and cheese salad, cut them the same way. Here is one, and this is a dandy. Cuts any thickness or any size. Open it for a thick slice, close to the top for a thin slice. Saratoga chips, you can make them for 3 or 4 pennies a pound. Just pull the blade towards you like this. If you want the slices thicker than this, open the blade, there's a thick slice. Shoestrings for your Friday fish dinner, cut them down like this. Chop them up for your vegetable soup. What this knife is really intended for is for cutting the cabbage. You know the old-fashioned board, how you rip and tear, sometimes nipping the ends off your fingers. Lay it flat and pull it lightly towards you over the cabbage. The weight of the knife across the cabbage is all that's necessary. Why, ladies, when you get slaw cut as fine as this, you'll certainly appreciate eating it. The crowning feature of the set is the cutter that I'm going to show you now. This is known as the Champeen Vegetable Mincing Knife and Noodle Cutter. Now, when you want to make some real fine noodles at home, you roll the dough out like this. Dip this into a little flour so it doesn't stick to the dough, and as you roll it over the dough, that will cut the noodles in long strips, 10 at a time. Did you ever try to chop up a little nuts for cake? Why, I've seen ladies chop nuts and the nuts land up on the ceiling. Sometimes you chop the ends off your fingers. When you want to chop up a little nuts for cake, cooked meat, clams for chowder, soup greens to throw into your soup, making a little pepper or chicken hash is just a few strokes rolling it up and down. Why, here is without a doubt the meanest thing in the world to cut parsley. Put that in a grinder, you really grind it too fine. This machine, instead of crushing the parsley, cuts it quick, clean, and dry, leaving every bit of the juice and every bit of the flavor. Now, to clean this machine, you press the button. Rinse it out in a little water. When you're through using it, hang it up and let it dry. Here's one here that every lady should have in her home. known as the Parisian scoop. You lay it flat, once to the right, once to the left. When you scoop them out, you'll get a perfect round little ball. You can pot roast these, cut them out of cheese or cut them out of butter. When you're serving a fruit cocktail in the summertime, take your fresh cantaloupe, scoop them out like this, mix them with apples, pears, and watermelons, makes a delicious fruit cocktail served with a little cracked ice like you see here. But here's a tool, ladies, if you ever do get it, you'll thank the day you've seen this demonstration. When you press, it locks. It's like a pair of human hands. Reach in the oven and take the biscuits out of the oven. Ever take the hot potatoes out of the oven and burn yourself on the elbow? A roast chicken out of the oven, a piece of meat out of the pot, spinach, asparagus out of the water. Why, around canning season, when you're preserving the fruits, to take the hot fruit jars out of the water like that, that machine is worth dollars to you. And here's another one that I really know you'll enjoy having in your kitchen, known as the safety grater. No doubt you're familiar with the old-fashioned grater. I've seen ladies take a grater and rip the knuckles off. When you want to grate up potatoes for delicious potato pancakes, this has a smooth, flat edge, impossible to cut yourself. Just like you were washing clothes, you rub it up and down, and you really grate your vegetables real fine, retaining all the flavors and all the juices. Breadcrumbs for when you're serving veal cutlets or anything like that. You want a little breadcrumbs to fry your fish in? Why, there's the greatest proposition in the world. Use that for coconut, cheese, or horseradish. When you're through with it, just hit it down like that. That knocks all the food out. Rinse it out in a little water and hang it up and let it dry. Now, here is a stone made of carborundum and sapphire quartz, which is made purposely to keep these knives sharp. When they get dull, a few strokes over the edge like this, and you can put a keen cutting edge on it. If you have a dull knife or a dull pair of scissors, an old sickle or a scythe, a lawnmower, cleaver, an axe, there's a tool that will really put an edge on the knife, so the knife will really cut for you. I just want to give you an idea of how sharp that knife really is when you sharpen it with that stone. Ladies, I've seen some of you try to open up cans. Now, there's a can of Campbell's baked beans. I've seen ladies open up a can and you poke a hole in it, go around the top, hippity-hop, and your finger slips. Let me show you a real proposition. Look, lay it on the can, lift up the safety, and turn the key. That locks itself on the can. No harder than you were winding up your watch. Wind up the key and that'll cut the top off of the can slick and smooth. Notice how the end raises itself up in the air so you can lift the lid off, giving you a clean, smooth edge. Now that can be used for sardine cans, square cans or round cans, exactly the same way. Now this tool here, my dear friends, needs no introduction. This will save you on an average of $20 to $30 every year you use it as a peeling knife. Here's a grater for cheese, coconut, or horseradish, a fish scaler for scaling your fish, and when you're coring your apple, it's just a slight twist of the wrist, and there's the apple core. There's one more tool that I want you to see, and I want you to watch this one very closely. Many a times when you're baking a pie, you have a pudding in the oven. I've seen ladies wrap a towel around your hand, and many a times you burn your fingers. Hook this onto the pot like this and lift the hot pots off the top of the stove. You've got a pie pan in the oven. Get a hold of the pie pan like this. Why, you couldn't get it off with a team of horses. This will positively lift 100 pounds. There's a pail of water weighs 50 or 60 pounds. That's the way you pick it up. But there's one more tool. I'll be all through and I'll be finished. Oh, now the next tool and the last one is what they call the Sarah Bernhardt cutter. This was invented by the head chef of the Imperial Hotel in the city of Berlin, Germany. You place the screw into the center of the vegetable. Twist the vegetable until the threads catch a hold, then you wind this up. You keep winding until you utilize the whole potato. The faster you turn, the quicker the slices. Why, ladies, here's a machine for slicing onions. The first onion that you slice with this cutter, you'll bless the day you've got a hold of it. Every slice cut exactly the same thickness. Every slice cut the same size. In making what they call a rosette, pull the vegetable out like this. Pin the ends together with a toothpick. Drop that potato into the hot fat and fry it. That will come out like a donut, golden brown. If you're serving a nice fish dinner, a little parsley goes in the center with the fish all around it, makes a very appetizing dish. Did you ever try to slice onions with a knife? You know how you get one thick slice and one thin slice? Run the knife through the center. That will separate each slice individual. Almost like magic, there is every slice cut exactly the same thickness and the same size. Wouldn't you like to have a set like this in your kitchen? Why, of course you would. Now don't forget, attend this theater every week and receive this 12-piece fascinating... Ladies and gentlemen, the management of this theater takes great pleasure in making this announcement. To each lady attending this theater each week, will receive absolutely free a fascinating 12-piece kitchen cutlery set, one piece each time. It is really interesting and amazing to know how you can prepare your meals in an appetizing and pleasing manner. There's an old saying, and a true one, that what is pleasing to the eye is bound to be pleasing to the appetite. I'm going to demonstrate this set to you, and I want you to watch it very closely. The first cutter that I'm going to show you, now this first one is known as the Parisian cutter. Wind it through the potato like a corkscrew. When the cutter appears on the opposite side, pull the cutter out. Place the handle in the center and twist it out. This is what they call a French curl. When you fry these, they come out like donuts, nice and brown. Serve them with your steaks or pot roast them. Unwind it, there's two curls out of the one potato. Tomorrow morning for breakfast, wind a little strip of bacon around the potato and serve them with bacon and eggs. They're delicious. Different colored vegetables, wind them together and you get the two colors. Here's a little trick cut. Split the curl halfway through the center. If you're making a shrimp salad and you happen to run short of shrimp, mix these in with the regular shrimp. Upon my word, you couldn't tell the difference until you start to eat them. Now the rest of the potato, you stuff it. We'll call this a little chicken. We'll call this here some hamburger. You might have a little meat that's been laying in the ice box for a few days. Chop the meat up fine, season it highly, stuff it into the center of the potato and bake them with the skins on. When they're done, cut them in two. Serve them on the half shell just like that. Serve them in slices when company calls.
Hi everyone, how we doing tonight? Gonna be doing cinnamon rolls, gonna be doing caramel corn, and I'm gonna use up those potatoes I planned for on Christmas and make a potato and chicken and Gouda bake. That will be my dinner for tonight and probably tomorrow. I'm still working on the bread stuffing. And obviously haven't gone through the chicken since I'm going to use that for the bake tonight. But to start things off here, I need to get going with our dough because I'm going to be doing a yeast cinnamon roll. So that's going to have to sit here and proof for an hour or so. We're going to have to roll it out, cut it up, or roll it out, roll it up, cut it, and then proof it a second time. So probably at least a 3-hour stream tonight. But let's see how this goes. So awesome. Let's see here. So we're going to start with going to the stove here and warming up a bit of milk. Got some whole milk. I believe it's 2 cups in the recipe. Double check things. You know, measure twice, pour once. Not really, just make sure you know what you're measuring. So yeah, 2 cups. Or half this container, or if you buy your milk by the pint. So we got that. We need a stick of butter, or 8 tablespoons, or a 1/4 pound, or sorry, I don't know all those. I think someone told me the other day what you guys buy butter in Europe and what weights, but that's already been forgotten. Half cup of sugar. Just a little bit of sugar tonight. Let me double check this is all going into this at this point. Yep, it's all going in there. Awesome. So we'll put that on a low flame. We're not even really going to bring this up to a boil. We just want this all warmed and liquefy that butter, because we're doing an enriched dough. And we're going to do 5 cups of flour. I don't know if I have enough flour in my bin here. I have more where that came from. I have the big bin. But a little worried that this guy's going to do enough for this. Let's just get this to dry out. So, 1. Ooh, that was a mistake. Luckily, I have 2 bowls. Because I want to sift this flour. Hey, Trigger. How you doing tonight? I saw your great gift. Wow, that sounded sort of weird on audio. Okay, so we got 1 cup there. You're shooting for 5, I think. Yep, 5 cups. There we go. Basically emptying out that container, but gives me a chance to clean it next time it is empty, so that's the general idea here. I have 2 flour containers because I buy my flour in 20, I think it was a 20-pound bag I bought this time, but I bought 40-pound bags before, and so that takes up a big container. And in order to keep that from being spoiled from contamination from more regular use, I then have my smaller guy here that I fill up with smaller amount of flour so that this can get nasty and I can clean it up. Not that I really get this nasty, but you get the idea. Something's going to be around a couple of years, well, a couple of months in my kitchen. You need to put some protection. Sorry, I bumped the camera there. I still didn't see if I hid that from you or if you guys actually saw what was going on there. Or... Just trying to make it more artistically visual for you. Still have a flame there. So let's see, what else do we need to throw in here with our baking powder and a bit of salt. Let's start with the salt. It's about 2 teaspoons. Refill my salt container with this junky store brand salt. I'm very unhappy with. I mean, it's salt, but anyone that's been in here, I've been complaining about it since I bought it because the grain size is all over the place. It's going from like powdered to large crystals. See if I can't see what I'm showing you guys. But the size is just all over the place, and this is supposed to be for kosher. Yeah. Hey, Head Mama Bear. Dinner should be working. Yeah, there we go. We got our flour or salt. We got butter and whole milk and sugar on the stove. Going a little heavy on the baking powder because it's been around a minute and it does lose a little bit of its potency with time, although it's probably still as bitter tasting. So keep that in mind. I think we'll be okay with the amount of sugar in this. Alright, and so in the meantime here, I'm going to get things together here for the caramel. Which I think I'm using 2 sticks for that. Oh, I don't have proper brown sugar. It's okay. We can find other ways. Pickerel. Oh, it's 1.5 sticks. Oops. Oh, we can deal with that. That's extra butter, I think. And we'll leave that out for potatoes and the chicken. Yes, I will be using yeast. That is what's going on here. Eventually, I have butter, whole milk, and a bunch of sugar. And that is on a very low flame because I don't want to heat the milk up too much. Should put the rest of the milk away though. And I'll be adding the yeast to that. And so tonight's stream's probably going to be pushing 3 hours tonight, if not more, because we're going to have to wait for the dough here to rise once we get the other stuff going. And we got some time dealing with the popcorn, and we also had the potato bake, which all are going in the oven. So that's the one part that I'm really sort of worried about right now, is how much time each of them are going to take up in the oven. Let's turn that cool down. Actually, let's just remove the cool down. Battle! Already. Let's see how we do. This was going to be a hard one. For gold chest, though. those dinos are gonna get out. Get him, Head Mama Bear! Wow! Those guys are usually rough. Took them right out. Victory. Congrats, Metro, on the scrolls. Ozmeth and Head Mama Bear on the kills and assists. Ooh, golden scrolls for me. Why is there like blue? There's something I can select there. Oh, that's the... Never mind. This scroll made me think there was a button hidden down there or something. And so we got the boss level. Alright, let's see. Where are we going to place things? These dinos can actually help us. So I'm going to start over here. The dinos get out, they'll actually, I've seen them actually fight with the other mobs, so... Although that wasn't on my stream, so... We'll see how this works out. Go ahead and add your players to the field. Turn the fan on here. Close the bedroom door. Because we don't want a repeat of the fire or smoke alarm. Let's see how we do. Our butter melted yet? My next door's neighbor is rather vocal. Neighbor's dog, rather. Let's get the sugar together for this. So since I don't have proper brown sugar, I'm going to use some sugar in the raw and a little molasses. Cheap. Sugar in the raw already has some molasses added to it, but we're going to add a little bit more. I keep sugar in the raw around for my coffee, but I'll finish that a few clumps off and coffee sometime in the future. I actually haven't been drinking a lot of coffee lately. Doing all yerba mate for my caffeine. That ought to be good. Doesn't have to be perfect science exact here for making caramel. And so I'll just hit this with a slight little bit of molasses as well. You can smell that molasses. Deep, rich. Okay. Turn the heat off there. $114, $116. Gonna give that one moment before you add the yeast in there, but that's pretty close. We want it around 110. I'm going to be rather heavy-handed with my yeast because, like my baking powder, it also has been around for a little while, and yeast will die off over time, or at least not be nearly as effective. I think it's more they die. Or even the moisture gets to them enough that they perish. This is all going to get melted in there with the butter. Let's see what all we need here. We're going to need a pan cleaned up here, or bowl cleaned up here for popcorn, which I'm not popping my own popcorn tonight. Perhaps some night I'll do that, but not tonight. It's not very clean if you don't use any soap, Jason. Now we got these set. We'll throw this in the oven, or on the stove. Put this next to that, because that's going in as that butter melts. Put you over here to be washed. Still haven't decided how I want to do dinner tonight. I just have the leftover chicken, I have the potatoes, and I have the leftover Gouda. And so I was like, okay, potato bake. But I still haven't decided whether I'm going to mix the chicken with the cheese sauce. I don't know. Let's give this a little bit of a whisk here, make sure all that yeast is all incorporated and rehydrated. Hopefully the bottom temp isn't nearly as... Oh, that's much warmer than I thought it was. Oh, wow. So that yeast is dead. We're going to have to let this cool down a little bit more. I got fooled by the butter on top being cooler than the milk below. So we'll give this a stir as well to help incorporate some air and cool it. Still 140-ish, so we're way too hot for that yeast. Doing like Head Mama Bear said she does. Let's open up some wine. Tonight I've got a roughly 10 bucker bourbon barrel aged Cab Sauv. Relatively young, so not a ton of time in the barrel. It says it was aged 3 months in the bourbon barrel, which is not a ton of time, but you're not really... I don't know if you're really looking for the same flavor development as you would with the time in an old bourbon barrel. I think you're just looking to steal what little devil's cut you can get out of the wood with your wine. Those unfamiliar with terminology there, your angel's share is the alcohol that evaporates off while it's aging in a barrel, and your devil's cut is the alcohol that soaks into the wood and stays in the wood. And so you are at least stealing some of the flavor of that devil's cut by adding other alcohol into that bottle or into that barrel later on. And this glass needs to be cleaned. See what temp we're at now. We're still only 100. Oh, we're definitely gonna have to hit this up with a ice bath or something. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for that raid, Umbra. How is everyone doing today? What were we rating? What were you streaming today? What were we playing? I am just getting started here with making some cinnamon rolls. I'm gonna do yeast cinnamon rolls. So just getting started with our initial proofing of our yeast rolls. We have milk, sugar, and butter here that I have warmed up, and I warmed it up a bit too much, and so I was throwing it here in an ice bath. So you can add some yeast to this. Thank you for all these follows. Welcome in DJU Kavas. Umbra. It's EBGB, Bumba Fett, Nebula Gaming, CSA Brett, Huberman. Thank you guys all for the follows. Welcome all in. If you guys are unfamiliar, hello, I'm Jason. I cook here on stream 3 times a week on Twitch, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. You have a long list of upcoming dates down below in the About section. And, yeah. So we got some cinnamon rolls going on tonight. We got, I'm going to do some caramel corn later on. I'm going to do I did a roast chicken for, Christmas. And so I'm going to use some of the leftover chicken with that. And some potatoes that I intended to use. And I've got some Gouda. I'm going to do like a Gouda cheese sauce with shredded chicken and potatoes, and I'll bake that all off. Soylent Green, thank you for that follow as well. Welcome in, everyone. We got a scramble going that I do about once every 5 minutes or so. It's automated. You can type !scramble to join in. Doesn't cost you any points to join in, but you can get 10 extra sprinkles, which are my viewer currency in chat. All the words, there's quite a few of them. There's, I believe, like 1,400. But they're all culinary, at least somewhat related. You know, you got like fish names and stuff in there, and you've got business terms and stuff like that. But all somewhat food related. Now I haven't turned on my background music here, so I'm going to do that here. Nice, Nebula. And is it Kavas? DJU Kavas? Am I getting that right? I already got the butter weighed out, or measured out ahead of time here, and sugar for the caramel for our popcorn. Thank you for that follow, Jazzy Molly. Yeah, it's a cutesy little trip. It's handy because I don't like putting cooking, like pots, pans, any of that on my actual board. Especially since I'm working with a gas stove. Gas stove gets not enough air in the mix or something. You can get a little soot and stuff like that, and it just permanently mars up your board. It requires quite a few scenes, but I've got everything sort of set up and running, so it's sort of set up and go. I've been streaming about a year and a half now. I'm a former Mixer streamer. If you guys are familiar with Mixer.com, Microsoft's abomination. I started off over there, moved over here to Twitch when that broke down. And yeah, I am a Stream Raiders captain. Still, we have Stream Raiders going. We got a current battle here with another 9 minutes ready to go. It's actually a boss battle. Montmorency. Let me see what that one is. Look that one up. There are also multiple languages. So, not all of them are English. Let's see. M-O-N-T. It's a sauce made with cherries. It's also a garnish made with artichoke hearts. Montmorency. Let's see what temp we're at here for our... Okay, definitely good now. We'll add a bit more yeast in there now that it's down to a proper temp. So I just got some instant yeast. We'll let that hang out here for a couple minutes. Nice, Umbra. The fellow Mixer refugees. Let's see here. I missed some of the chat here, so I'm looking back up to seeing what I missed. But, what were we playing, Umbra? Or what were we streaming? And thank you for that lurk, EBGB. Oh, nice. Well, what did we do for dinner tonight? Or for... I'm sure what time it is for you. Hoppin' John. Okay. Nice, nice. I'm planning on doing some beans here for first of the year. Actually, normally I do 3 nights a week. I am in an attempt to do more streams next year than I did this year. I did more than 3 a week this year. I'm actually going to do the first 8 days of the year straight. All 8 days of the next year I'm going to be streaming every day. Beyond that, Fridays and Sundays I typically I'll do national holidays, I'll do things that I'm interested in doing. I got new toys and gadgets around, so I'll probably be doing some of that. The Wednesdays, I do ingredient challenges. And so, if you guys want to join into the Discord, I hold a weekly vote. We have a vote going right now. It'll be on our last 24 hours now. And this week's vote is between Bugles. At least I think it's Bugles. Or was that last week? Oh, Fritos. So Fritos or crickets, and it's currently tied right now. And so on Wednesday, I'll either have to use Fritos or crickets for both dinner and dessert, so both sweet and savory. And I've done a whole bunch of different ones. So I'm slowly melting this butter down in bag here for our caramel for with the popcorn. And we're waiting on this to start bubbling up a little bit with the yeast. Thank you for that follow, Noble Fox Creations. Glad to have you in here. Crickets are probably an upcoming protein source here, especially in Asian markets or Asian countries. They're very high protein, very nutritious, dense food, and so that'll be probably on Wednesday. So. Yeah, I didn't enjoy this year very much, so that's my emote. I am in Sonoma County, California. So I do feature quite a few different types of wines. I got a bourbon barrel aged Cab Sauv tonight. Typically I do cheaper end $10 supermarket wines, even though I'm here in Sonoma. The real way you get the cheap wine from the vineyards is you go and join their membership. You buy a bunch of wine from them at a lower rate or at a regular basis. And in order to try a whole bunch of different wines and stuff like that, you just aren't going to do that. You sort of need to know the market first. I have some training in wine, but I don't really think myself as an expert in any sense. And so I just try a bunch of good cheapo supermarket wines. And tonight we're doing a California, so it's not necessarily in any particular region of California, it's just anywhere in the state. Cab Sauv that's been aged for 3 months in bourbon barrels, and it's a 2008 wine, so it's a rather young wine. So I'm going to turn the heat up on this a little bit here because I'm tired of waiting. I'm getting impatient. I mostly like French whites. I'm not a big fan of French reds. And then beyond that, I just sort of figure that I get better prices on Californian wines here, and so I sort of stick with those. But there are other wines that I like a lot. Look, I just had a Tawny Port, and I bought another one because I like them. But those are a little bit on the heavier end. Those aren't just normal drinkable wines. Those are more small little dessert wine type deal. But I'm going to have to give you a follow here, Umber. Thank you for that raid. Used to have a friend named Umber, at least in the gaming world. That was a long time ago, though. That was when I was a kid. Nice, Superman. Yeah, I got a little bit of a cabinet here going on too, but Nothing really of note in there. I mean, I've got generic, relatively. I mean, I've got Bacardi, I've got Tanqueray, I've got Captain, but I'm much more of a bourbon whiskey, and there's not much in there to note of that right now. Got our battle here. Let's do our battle while that butter's melting. They wiped out quite a few of us early on here. 7 versus 16, 6 versus... Ooh. Going down quicker and quicker here. Yeah, I've been running Stream Raider since they're in beta. Which is not much, because they've only been out of beta for a little minute here. You can head Mama, you can do it. Come on, head Mama Bear. Oh, it lost. No. Gonna have to try that one again. And again, we want to be more over here. We sort of want to avoid over here. Because they're going to go for the dinos, and I'd rather they fight each other than us have to battle them. So, feel free to join in the battle. Yes, they are. Nice dark wine. It's not completely opaque though. I can see through it a little bit. So depending on who you talk to on the edge of drinkability, some people go entirely on color and drinkability. I don't really think so. I'm going to give it another minute to open up a little bit further, but there's certainly a lot of deep dark fruit. There's certainly a lot of vanilla notes there. Vanilla notes are really easy to reproduce, though, so that's sort of the thing here is you can make vanilla notes pretty easy and make something taste like it's been in a bourbon barrel, whether it really has or not. Have a good one, Huberman. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you being in. So we got this on. Let's start mixing this. We got our bowl dry. Okay. I bought my popcorn, so sorry. I don't have a proper vessel for making it. Wow, got a burnt one in there. That's not usual in the processed popcorns. No bueno. So that should be enough on that. Turn our heat back on our butter here. Not really getting much here from our yeast. Did cool us down enough. Should be going. We'll take our melted butter, and this is sugar in the raw with a little bit of molasses added because I didn't have proper brown sugar. And so it's not crucial that you get it to a perfect temperature here for your caramel when it comes to this. You want to get it darker, the better. The more darker you want to go, I mean, it's up to you guys. That was pretty close, Jazzy. I think I'm going to award you that one. Oops. But we're looking to go up to 250, 300-ish. At which point it will start to sort of deflate a bit. Turn the oven on here to around 250, and this is going to be to sort of cure our popcorn after we're done cutting with caramel here. Is going to get foamy, is going to be you want to keep making sure that you don't have anything really sticking anywhere. So we're getting up there. We should be there. This is just not feeling like a caramel to me. Yeah, it's broken right now. I don't know what the deal is here. This has been happening to me a lot lately, where my caramels are not, they're just breaking on me. I wonder if I'm just using wrong butter. I should be using cheaper butter or something. I don't know. I'm going to give it a whisk here and see if it'll come together for me, but I don't think that's going to happen. It is thickening up, though. You don't want to get that butter on you that I'm spraying around here a little bit. Yeah, let's see what I'm doing wrong here. Yeah. I think I just went too hot too quick. I don't know. Yeah, we're going to start over at a lower temp. I just went in it too hot and shocked it. Yeah, it was, I was cooking it too hot. So we'll let that cool down. And we'll put it on a low heat, and hopefully it'll break back down. It's alright, we got plenty of other stuff to worry about here. Like our yeast doesn't seem to be blooming for me. Just to be sure, as if I haven't added enough yeast in there already. Hey, food experiment. Doing caramel corn, which I got the caramel too hot and so it broke on me. But doing yeast cinnamon rolls, which is this mixture here. We've got some whole milk, some butter, yeast and sugar, and we got popcorn measured ahead of time, and we have flour and baking soda or baking powder in here for our yeast. Instant dry. It's been around a while. It's probably dead. I've had it. Well, I bought it in March. Before any sort of shortages. You are correct with that. I was following the recipe, though. Yeah, I had luckily bought myself a brick shortly before. I also had luckily bought myself, well, I bought that after, but I found a place to buy a 40-pound bag of flour, and so I was good on both of those. But let's see here. Where are we at temp here? This is probably going to hold temp forever. Yeah, this is still 270. Let's make another ice bath. Really dark notes to this. I mean, for a cab sav, it's pretty heavy. Okay. I'm going to give up on this. I'm going to mix it in with the flour now. And just hope that it's going to work alright. Because either I have working yeast or I don't. And I can't really do much else otherwise. So, baking powder and AP flour that's been sifted. Whole milk, sugar, and too much yeast at this time. I was melting the butter, and then I added the sugar into it. I've been having that problem a lot, and I'm wondering if it's because I'm using higher quality, higher fat butter, or I think this time it was the temperature shock. I think I just had it going too hot, and it just got too hot too quick. So I'm not really kneading this, I'm just mixing everything together, making sure we get all that flour hydrated. And then we're going to allow this to rest and do its thing for a little while here. At least I don't think I'm kneading this at all, am I? Nope. Just mixing it all together. Which I'm still sort of kneading it with the way that I'm using my spatula here, but sort of kneading it with my spatula. Yeah. No, I followed this before, and it's let's double check the author here, but it's reputable site. Yeah, reputable author. And I'll read it to you here. Melt butter in a 2-quart saucepan over medium heat. I had that on high heat instead of medium. And mixing the sugar until sugar is completely moistened. Increase the heat to medium-high and bring mixture to a boil. Once boiling, boil 3-4 minutes. 250 to 300. Doesn't have to be exact. More looking for color, which that's pretty dark because that's already, it's normally supposed to be brown sugar, so I'm substituting sugars tonight. That could be an issue. And so I'm using sugar in the raw with a bit of extra molasses in hopes that I'm somewhat close to that proper brown sugar mixture, even though brown sugar is, I think in most cases, still natural molasses. I don't know. Is it? Still got some stickiness going on down here. Nice German dude. Welcome in. I'm sorry I missed your message earlier. I thought you said something earlier. Alright, so I'm going to allow this to hang out like this for about an hour. Okay. So both of them are added back in there. Yeah, I generally, like I said, I'm a little worried that this is just dead at this point. Like I said, I've had it since March, and generally you can trust it about 6 months. I just don't want to throw it away. So we'll hit this up with a little plastic wrap. Hey, Becca! How you doing tonight? Started at 5:38, 6:38. That'll be done with its first proof, hopefully. We'll see if we'll know 30 minutes in here if it's doing anything. Let's see what we're like here. I think we can live with that. Wipe the extra moisture off. Get rid of our so-called ice bath. Oh, if there's anything that I absolutely know about myself is I don't remember anything. And so I have a lot of processes for... Yeah, I'm not going to remember that. So I got this on, a temp that'll hold about a constant boil, just barely. I think that's probably a medium heat, even though it's pretty low on my scale with a gas range. Caramel potatoes, where is that? Potatoes are going to be... I've got leftover chicken from Christmas. I got a thigh and a leg. I'm going to shred off that meat. I'm going to mix it with... I'm going to make I have leftover Gouda cheese. I'm going to make a basic cheese sauce, basic bechamel out of that. And... lastly, I've got a whole bunch of potatoes because I was going to cook potatoes on Christmas. And I decided to skip them because I was just already full and didn't want to cook that much. And so I'm going to take some of that shredded chicken, mix that in with the cheese sauce, and then cover that with the potatoes with more of the cheese sauce and bake that off. And I still have the bread stuffing left over, or at least half of that, if not more of that. And so, next couple of nights will be potato bake with chicken and cheese and leftover bread stuffing for real food for me. The hope here is this is going to liquefy now that we're doing it at a lower and slower temp. Becca. Does seem to be getting a little bit more liquidy here, but I've never tried rehydrating a caramel like this or remelting a caramel like this, so, or at least had it be successful. Cocada, coconut dessert in Spanish. Yeah, we're definitely melting some here. Becca. I'm going to try a little warmer than that. We're still up there in temp, so this should be all we need for temp, actually. I just might have shocked it too much, and I don't know. Not sure what happened there. Like I said, I think I just hit it with too much heat, but... Oh, Otto, you got a 1 instead of the exclamation there. Yeah, I think I'm going to give up on that and try this over again with a different pan. Yeah, I still want to use the same pan though. I think I know what I'm going to do. We're going to get rid of you. We use this heavy cast iron. It'll heat up slower and be better for maintaining a constant temp. And even though I'm following the recipe, I think I'm going to follow Food Experiments idea there, and I'm going to go with melting that sugar first and adding our fat in after. Oh, come on, pour. I don't want to have to rip you open because you're all clumpy. Battle! Oops, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Battle. See how we fare this time against the big boss lady. Or guy, or... not sure what that is. It's an ice queen. Wow, it's just going straight for those dinos, too. Though everyone else here seems to be asleep as far as the characters. I don't know why it's only like 7 or so that are actually going after anything here. That's really weird, how everything's all back here. Still won. Victory. Westface BB with the most kills, 3 and Z with the assists. Welcome in, gentlemen, ladies. DJ U Kavas and Westface BB with the item rewards. Congrats, guys. And new set of maps. Let's see here. I think I'm going to go for this guy first. And I'm putting my warrior up there, or my tank up there. And see how we fare. Got stuff all over the place here, so... another 30 minutes for you guys to put your players on the field. And we'll go back to trying to make another batch of caramel. So we got a nicely warm... that's actually maybe a bit too warm now. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, that's a little warm. I'm going to let that sit a moment. Drink... glass, sip of 2 or wine. Make sure I got the measurements all right here. I did it from memory this time. Let's see. I skipped the molasses this time. I think we'll be fine without it. I'm not quite sure what it is. I haven't quite figured it out, but there's some deep dark heaviness. I don't know if I want to call it like a really heavy tobacco or if it's the wood. It's probably the wood. It's probably a really heavy dark wood note. Really mellow wine. It's not got any real spice or harshness to it. No real alcohol bite going on with it. It'd be really smooth drinking with, desserts or other things like that can handle a deep, heavy wine. You're just not melting at all, you're burning. Instead of breaking down, I'm going to add just moisture to this pan. Here's my water glass. Grab my water glass. There we go. Now we got some melting going on. Thank you, Umbra, but figured that went out without looking in the chat. Especially since I intend to cook out all that moisture anyways, so you don't want a ton of it. You want just enough to get it going. But it's still crystallized, even though some of it is melted. Now we're starting to flow a bit better here. There's also no cream in this recipe. Food experiment. I don't know if you're still. I don't know why you're still awake if you are, but um, there's no cream in this recipe. It's just. Actually, I'm going to skip the baking powder in this too. They add some baking powder in this to try and get some fizzing going on with when we're mixing it with the popcorn, but I don't think that's going to be a huge advantage. Yeah, I'm going to do sugar and butter and a little bit of bourbon. But I'm going to do the bourbon after it's off the flame. So we're around boiling right now. I think I finished off the last of my bourbon vanilla paste. But I got a shot or so left of bullet bourbon, so I think that'll be donated to the candy corn tonight, which this is all going into for New Year's Eve for snacking. Start whisking our butter in here, or stirring it in. Still crystallized on me, so I'm not sold on this is going to work. It has melted a lot more than last time, though. Story of my life, it's always been something simple that's screwing me up as far as my food. It took me forever to get rice going right, and it took me forever to forgetting the thing that happened between that and this. And I used to have no problem at all making caramels, and now all of a sudden I just can't get any of them to stay together. I really don't know why. Take note, that's only a third of the butter that I'm supposed to add. Have a good night for the experiment. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you saying hey. Sort of shocked that you stopped by with. I know it's quite late there across the pond. Wishing I could pull what that is out. I think I got it. So that's 2/3 of the butter of the recipe, and it's not quite coming together still. How we doing on temp? 210. Nice. I hope you have a great night, food experiment. Certainly looking a lot better this time than we did last time, but we're still not where I want it to be. We are getting up there in temp, and it seems to be getting a little bit better as we get higher in temp, but still crystallized. Well, this caramel's not going with the potatoes. Caramel is going with the popcorn. Potatoes are going to be cheese, chicken, and potatoes. Not sure where the whole caramel and potatoes things got mixed together. Hey, Miss Lisa Face, welcome in. How we doing? We're not getting much rise on my dough here either. That's not a roux, that's supposed to be caramel. It is unfortunately still crystallized, which I don't understand this. we're at a good temp here for our caramel now. It's just still meh. It's like sand that's 360 degrees. I've got this one from earlier. Not having a good time tonight with caramel. I haven't had a good time with caramel here for a little while. But I'm not sure why this is crystallizing so hard. There's no reason for it to be like this. Should be just melt sugar. Why does everything have to be difficult when there's a camera involved? Switching to yet another device because the old ones could hold crystallized sugar, thus recreating, I don't know. You're supposed to keep crystallized sugar away from the stuff you've melted because it can recrystallize it, but when it's not melting in the first place, I don't know if that fucking matters. I'm just going to let that melt without a spoon in there at all. Let's see if that actually melts. Yeah, I sort of gotta agree, Kvass. It's been a sort of disaster of an evening so far. Not happy with the way my yeast is working. Does seem to be working, but it's pretty slow. And yeah, this caramel's a pain in the butt. See what we get out of that. Yep, still granulated. Still fucking wet sand. It's a cooler temp now, but not by much. Just doesn't want to melt. Color looks great, but I mean, I'd be happy with the sugar and the if it just melted. The water will help break down the crystallization. I mean, you just put salt and water and it's going to break down the crystallization. It's already up around 106, 180, 160 Celsius, so that's not really a concern. And switch this over to Celsius. Show you what I mean. 140 right now, and that's after it's cooled down. It's already 170 in some parts. I saw it flash there at 170. But we're 150 right now. And that's one I haven't heard before, but I'm not opposed to a little bit of acid. And this batch is already practically going in the trash, so nice, Miss Lace-the-Face. Just doesn't seem to be dissolving. Take another look here and see. There's a decent flame underneath it again. I'm just going to try bringing it up to a high temp here. A little bit quicker. Last ditch attempt before I just clean out this pot and start over with regular plain white sugar instead of trying to do something fancy. Battle. Just as this is starting to look okay. Hey, little Mike, welcome in. Let's do our battle here. Now this is looking a little bit better. I want to jinx myself here, but oh, we got this, no problem. Head Mama Bear with all the kills, me with all the assists. Grats Metro and Suki. I'll do another one there. Oh geez. Actually, I'm gonna go with a rogue, and I'm gonna send my rogue right down the center. Let's go get those presents and then take everything else afterward. So, I'm okay with how this looks here. This is more what I'm looking for here. It's still only got 2/3 of the butter that's supposed to be in that recipe, but that looks like caramel to me. Finally, for once. So, that's looking a little bit more like caramel to me. What do you guys think? But we are starting to get to smoke temp, so I cut off the heat there. And I think we're poor on the popcorn time here. Actually, no, we're gonna pinch of salt. Shot of bourbon. I normally don't like pouring from the bottle into a hot pan, especially something this hot. but there's next to nothing left in that bottle, so it wasn't like it was going to cause me huge problems if it traveled its way back up into the bottle or something. Okay, so I'm going to pour this over our popcorn here. If you got someone else to help you mix it, that's a big help right now. A little bit more butter probably would have made this spread a little bit better, but okay. Piece of parchment. Thank you for that follow, Nut Prunes and Noble Fox Creations. If you're still hanging out, that was a little while ago. Don't know if I quite caught you earlier, but thank you for those follows. Welcome in. Hello, I'm Jason. I cook here on Twitch 3 nights a week, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. Tonight I'm doing sort of like a New Year's Eve prep. We've got finally successful caramel corn here, which that took us a little time to get going there with that caramel. But that's looking good to me now. That's going to go in the oven here for a minute. Allow that to continue to cure on the caramel. We got the oven here at 250, and I'm actually going to turn that oven off and just let it coast. Let's see here. We still got more caramel that we can still sort of toss on top of that. Let's use all of that. Waste not, want not with that loveliness. There we go. Okay, so we'll forget about that for now. And we'll forget about you for now. We've got our dough going here. We've got another 20 minutes or so on our dough, at least. I might give that a little bit longer because the yeast isn't... But that has risen some. So they are working a little bit, but want them to be working a little bit more. You guys think I should increase the time on that? I already increased the time on it a little bit. Oh, good. Samples. That's caramel corn. Yum. Nice dark. It didn't burn on me either. I was a little worried about that with a little bit of the smoke that we got going there. That's got some nice crunch to it, and it's nice deep dark caramel, but I'm not getting any real burnt. And wow, that just made that wine very flat and boring. All that sugar doesn't necessarily play well with wine. We're going to let that cool down before I clean that out because the water is just going to deal with that sugar fine. So let's do potatoes and chicken. See how much longer we got. Another 22 minutes for you guys to get players on the field for Stream Raiders. We got our leftover chicken leg and thigh here. We'll start by shredding that up. Which Christmas I spatchcocked a chicken and coated it with a bunch of parsley and butter and good flavor stuff. But we're going to skip most of that tonight. I'm not going to shy away from the parsley, but not in love with the skin in tonight's dinner. So we'll ditch the skin. Yeah, this is all parsley, for the most part. There you go. That looks a little more chicken-like. Ooh, Miss Lisa Face beating you guys to the punch. It's been a while since I've made any couscous. I should do that. I should put that on my February list. Just added a whole bunch of January dates to the upcoming. And anyone new coming in here, we do have the Discord vote. Might have to wait until after the stream until I can give you the proper roles to see what's going on in the Discord. But do have a vote going on in Discord for Wednesday's stream. Either going to have to cook dinner and dessert with either Fritos or crickets. Done quite a few other of these. I've done popcorn. I've done gummy worms. I've done Twinkies, Pocky, After 8 dinner mints. It's been sort of a fun project. I've got to try some things that I probably wouldn't have tried otherwise. And it's been a challenge coming up with some of them for... Like Fruit Loops, it was sort of fun trying to come up with savory uses. I have roasted crickets actually supposed to arrive either today or tomorrow. Actually, I think they're supposed to arrive today. So they might be in my mailbox. But I have whole crickets on the way. Whether or not it wins the vote. Right now the vote is tied. Apparently some Frito fans in there in chat that don't want to see me suffer through trying to use crickets. Which I just assumed you guys were all going to immediately vote for crickets. Actually, I thought Fritos wasn't going to be against crickets. Because before it was looking like it was going to be crickets versus Pedialyte. Which would have been... That's a tough one, because using Pedialyte for savory and sweet, ugh. But that's still on the list of potential ones. which you guys can add your own suggestions if you like. Looking for things hard to cook with. I will cook with things that are nasty to the palate, but the idea is more hard to cook with than, some, death hot sauce. Or fermented fish, or, something along that line. Dinner with durian. And the only real other restrictions that I put on it is it's somewhat reasonable for me to find. Yep, Pedialyte. I had, and that's a more recent one, because we had After 8 dinner mints wing, which I was willing to try. I had no problem with that, but it was coming out of the UK, and so it didn't get here in time, and so I had to delay the dinner, waiting for things to be shipped and arrive. So you got chicken set aside. You gotta shred some Gouda. Some Gouda cheese. We're using some Gouda cheese tonight. Smoked Gouda. Nice. I would have had trouble with that one. Do like me some marrow, though. Also, for anyone else new in here, I do a fair amount of my own butchering. Got a little bit of pork left. I butchered essentially a whole pig here in early June. And so we got a fair amount of bacon still in the freezer. I got another pork butt in the freezer. And I think I got a couple of French chops. I'm planning on probably picking up something here in another couple of weeks. So that'll be a big stream. Breaking down something else. I haven't 100% decided what. Sort of actually thinking a half or a quarter veal. Which would be fun. This is actually going to be good for the cheese sauce too, so let's use this for our cheese sauce. So we'll start with the roux to make our cheese sauce here. do a little organizing here while that warms up. For the roux. Get rid of the bag, I'll be right back. Bit of butter. Bit of flour. Just sort of eyeball them both, but they should be equal by weight. If you got some spare chicken stock, I don't have any defrosted, but I certainly have it around. I've made stock several times on stream before. Most recently was chicken stock. We're just going to add some water to this to start. Going to add water, then I'm going to add milk. And then I'm going to add the cheese at the end. After that's nice and cooked, we're going to wait about 20 minutes to make sure this flour has been cooked out, the flavor of the flour has been cooked out, which you need to do typically when you make a roux. So what's everyone got for leftovers sitting around? Anyone doing anything creative and interesting with all the leftovers? Yeah, we're good. We're going to use you too. Stir in a bit of milk. That was about a cup of milk. So we got somewhere in the ballpark of a cup of water and a cup of milk in there. We still got the roux in there, still sort of chunky. We'll bring that up to temp, bring that up to a boil, and that'll all break down. Tamales and borracho beans. Pierogies. Pierogies is a great user for leftover user. That's a good one. Welcome in Dinner with Mom. How you doing this evening? Soylent Greener. For lunch again with the fried egg. Yep. Put an egg on it. Makes everything fresh again. Thinking of someone who I saw posted online that just put an egg on top of their dinner. I'm like, yeah, you're hiding what you actually did for your dinner, didn't you? Not talking of you, obviously. I have no idea what you did. I'm talking of someone else. But welcome in, both of you. I don't know, a Soylent Green fan in cooking streams. That's a little cringe. But at least there isn't that Soylent stuff they're selling these days. Which Cab Sav has been nice. It's nice and mellow. It's got a lot of dark, deep flavors to it. Definite dark fruit, definite vanilla. And then I want to say a heavy oak or heavy dark wood. Maybe a tobacco, something really deep and dark in there besides just the fruit. And this is getting too thick, so I'm going to add in a bit more water. Still sticking to the bottom there. Nice. Yeah, I haven't had many greens in a little bit. I must have took that out at one point and totally forgot that I had it. But I've been enjoying some rosés of Pinot Noirs, especially from Sonoma County area here. They've been sort of my new light summery drink discovery this year. And I was saying earlier that I do enjoy French whites. Most whites I'm after like minerality though. I want to taste the rock. Or taste the soil, the mineral in the soil. But this has been nice. The alcohol bite to it is really mellow. There's no real like bold pepperiness to it, which I'm sort of a fan of Zinfandels. I like those wines that have got a bite. They got some tobacco, some pepper, some barnyard, any of those things going on. And so this gets some nice dark flavor to it, but at the same time, for me, someone that likes a lot of the like spice or pepperiness, it's sort of boring too. I'd want to serve this more with like a chicken or maybe something with some actual spice to it to contrast. Versus, like, I wouldn't want to do like a peppery steak with that at the same time. Yeah, a bit of like back of the tongue bite. Alright, so we got cheese sauce going. Now we need to slice our taters. Oh, why you gotta be a problem? No, not Brian, just smoked. We got, working on doing a potato casserole or potato bake. We got a bechamel going here that I'm about to add a bunch of, Gouda to. I've got some yeast dough going here for our cinnamon rolls. And I've got, caramel corn, finally, in the oven. So that's just hanging out in the oven, just sort of relaxing. We welcome in 69 Tipsy. Just slicing up some taters. We got shredded chicken here. We'll do the three of those together with our sauce there. And we got another battle ready. That's nice. No, while I have butchered whole hogs on stream, there's no ham on stream tonight. Whoa. 14 versus 40? Wow. We're gonna weigh at it there, but wow. We may have this. Wow. We're even now. We're winning now. That is ridiculous. We won. It's us against the presents. Nice. Cheers. Oh, it helps if you guys can actually see the field, doesn't it? I am so sorry, guys. That was looking rough there for a minute. Victory. Grats 3 and Z for the kills, and Soylent with the assists. Metro and Shuki with the gold. And me with some goodies. Oh, let's go for the silver chest. I'm going to start my guy up there. We'll work our way top to bottom. Take a look at our cream sauce back here. I say cream sauce, but it's water, whole milk, and a roux. Add a good pinch of salt here. Now let's do 2 of those. Add some black pepper, fresh grated pepper. Little Ajinomoto. And a little shake of cayenne. Just to add a little background heat with that cheese. And actually I'm going to cheat because I have it here and I want to use it up. I've got some powdered cheese. So that would be good. Ooh, that was more than I thought, but let me get some nice depth of flavor there with all that. And probably some good natto coloring. So I'm going to cut the heat on that. Use the cast iron here to melt the rest of this Gouda in there. Let's let that hang out for a little while. And that isn't what I wanted to do. That'll be a fun project for later. I'm not going to deal with it on stream. But I just knocked over half of my strainers in the back of my lazy Susan cabinet. Fun, fun, fun. So we'll do a layer of chicken just straight on the bottom. And we'll layer sliced potatoes over the top. Little cheese sauce in there with the chicken first. I'm not worried about it being completely melted here because it's going back in the oven. It'll melt. Bit of salt in our taters. Do another layer of sauce here. Keep bringing towels over here and losing them over on this side. I think I lost a lot of people because of my caramel. Oh well. So we got our caramel popcorn here. Looking good and yummy. Nice and cured and nice solid block now. I only want to do one more layer of potato here, so might end up with one or two leftover potatoes here. I'm going to try and squeeze them all in since I'm going to cut them. Awesome. Nice fit. Pull caramel off of the spatula. We'll be okay with it otherwise here. Topped with the good stuff. Just a little of that good old Parmesan. Just a little bit. What do you guys think? That's enough cheese for you guys? No? A little more? Okay. I'm actually sort of trying to use up this block of Parmesan, but yeah, it does sort of look like it's snowed on it, and that's because it sort of has. I mean, look at that. So I'll push that nicely off of the rim again. We're going to throw that in the oven. 350-degree oven until it's done. And it is in there. Awesome. I'll save that, even though I've pretty much ground it all that it's going to grind. That's still going to be great for next time I make a bechamel sauce. Just throw that in there for extra flavor. Next time I make pasta sauce, anything along that line. I just cleaned this counter before I started the stream. How does it get so dirty so quick? Alright. Put our salt back. And we should have a yeast dough here, but I'm still going to give that another minute here to hang out. Let's see, what did I do with that? That's still in the freezer. So I can't store my popcorn in that. Guess we're putting the popcorn in here. But I like clumps to my popcorn, so this works great for that. A little worried that I need 400 pan to 200 pan here. Fuck yeah. That is going to be amazing. Oops, bumped the camera. Sorry about that. Hell yeah. That's great. Thanks for checking in. Checking in trades some of your channel points or your dough balls for sprinkles, and you get less sprinkles than you have channel points, but the sprinkles are worth more to you guys depending on what you're after. The sprinkles are what I'm going to be using for giveaways. When I get to 500 viewers, we're going to be doing a giveaway. Going to give away a $25 gift card. And in the future, there's going to be a whole bunch of things that you can potentially redeem for those sprinkles. But that's all still sort of in the works here. I've got some, there's more to go along with it. That takes a little work. But that's working. I was hoping to have that done by the end of the year, but it'll happen when I can get to it. I'm working on it. Let's give this guy a rinse out. Do a little cleanup time here while we're giving our dough time to hang out and Job has a job. Welcome in. I couldn't quite tell the name without taking a look at it. So that's going to be... Yeah, I have to stop myself. That's going to be awesome on New Year's Eve. Actually, I got so many followers tonight. We had 500 followers. I forgot where I was at. But I got a ton of followers tonight. Appreciate that. Welcome into all of you guys. Let's see where we're at. 466 followers. So we still got a ways to go. But I think our use dough here is close to doubled in size. So let's take a look here at the rest of the recipe and see what I need for my filling. I know I need some butter and good stuff. Get a bowl out. Mix all this loveliness together. We need a stick and a half of butter. Three-quarters cup sugar. I'm going to use the sugar in the raw again. Butter, sugar, cinnamon. Just a little cinnamon. And since I don't have a stand mixer, I'm gonna hand cream this with a fork. Turn this into a nice, easily spreadable paste. So once we roll out the dough here, we can go ahead and spread that across. Okay, so I'm happy with that. That'll spread nicely. That's going good. 350 oven. Where do we need our oven for this? $350, okay. So we can leave it at the same temp. Okay, now we need the dough. Even though I sort of needed it before, and I added all the flour when I should have only added about 3/4 of it. We got our dough that's been chilling out here for, well, over an hour now. And so, go ahead and just start kneading this. I'll just start in the bowl to begin with. It's already got a pretty good elasticity. Well, let's do our battle here, because I need to knead this for a couple minutes here. Hey, I actually clicked on show you guys the battle ahead of time there. Versus 17. We're whacking away at him. I think we got this one. Yeah, no problem. Victory. Suki with the kills and the assists and the rewards. On to the next battle. Silver chest this battle. And I'm going to start at the top again. I'm going to start on the right side this time though. They'll obviously develop over time, so yeah, Suki taking it all. But we're going to go back to kneading bread here, or kneading dough. This needs to be, it's already looking pretty damn smooth. But it says knead it for 10 minutes. I don't think it needs 10 minutes. Seems to almost loosened up from where it was before. It almost looks like a less together kneaded dough than it was when I started. Nice soft dough, though. Be great for these rolls. This is not the first time I've done this recipe. If you guys are watching my Twitter, Chef J for JT for Twitter, Instagram, all that good stuff. But I put on Twitter, I posted a photo of the cinnamon rolls I made with this recipe back in February last year, or this year, but barely this year. They turned out amazing. I remember I think I put a caramel in the bottom of the pan. Don't think I'm going to repeat that process after today. But they turned out amazing last time. And these are looking just as good, and this dough is feeling certainly just as good. Starting to get too sticky again here. Spoon down. They must have added a sound effect for when they add enemies to the field. I don't remember that from before. On Stream Raiders. Because I don't remember hearing that noise at all before. Good stuff. Looking pretty good here, once again. Getting pretty tight and taut on what I can knead here without it breaking. Okay. So next step, kneading this out, is rolling this out into a nice large square. Which ought to be fun. Hi there. Get a decent coat of flour on the rolling pin. Yep, no caramel corn in our dough there. How that got in there, I don't know. Thought I put away all the caramel corn. Awesome. So now we got our dough nice and rolled out. time to add some sugar and cinnamon to this party. Do you want to take your time and make sure get it completely coated with our cinnamon, sugar, and butter mixture here? And somewhat smoothly coated too. Have a good one, Dinner with Mom. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, we're running a little bit late tonight. I was sort of expecting this night to be a 3-hour stream, and we're 3 hours in here, and we haven't even done our final proof on our cinnamon rolls. These still I gotta cut these, and they gotta sit in the pan for another 30 minutes, and then we get to bake them. So it's gonna be a long one tonight. We're coated all over, but I'm trying to make things a little bit more even still at this point. We're pretty heavy in the front part to you guys, and sort of light on the area closer to me. Which is sort of unusual, because typically you do things a little too heavy towards yourself and lighter away from yourself. Alright. Get the last little bits here out of the bowl. Use that to get this front edge here that we use for the start of our rolling. And just a tight, even roll as best as we can. Nice. So there we have a roll. And now we're going to cut that. I'm going to use twine to do that. Use string or twine or something, you got some dental string, fishing wire, good clean with fishing wire. And the reason we're doing that, let's see if we can show you on the board view here. Yeah, just sort of barely on the end here. Reason we do that is because when you cut it this way, it cuts evenly all the way around. You get a nice flat circular cut, even though that's a rather messed up end piece. But let's get ourselves pans ready. use these or I'm going to use the cast iron? I think I'm going to use these. Let's take some of our butter here and give these a good light coating. Light coating. So we're going to do the messy ones tonight. And the nice ones on New Year's. So might not have the best pictures tonight because we're going to use the ends tonight. That sort of stuff. But definitely have some nice ones here a couple days. So we'll do both of these pans here. And nicer ones over here, and the bigger, fatter, ugly ones over there. Worried I'm doing those too tight, but we'll see. Pretty much at the end here. Might be a little short for our last one here. For our today rolls. In fact, we will be short for today rolls. Maybe we'll find a different container for these. We'll do this in my medium cast iron. Be a little bit smaller here. we go. So we'll give that one 45 minutes here, 30 minutes, 30, 45 minutes. Continue to rise. And we'll throw that in the oven. Let's see here how we doing on our next battle. Got 6 minutes to our next battle. We're just sitting here waiting for this to proof. I got to do a little cleanup, and so I'm going to run a couple minute AFK slash ad, and I will be back shortly with a little bit more organized kitchen, and hopefully cinnamon rolls that are a little bit closer to proofed. We'll have a better look at how our chicken potato bake is doing, and caramel corn's fucking amazing, so that's good. So yeah, I'll be back in a couple minutes, guys. Ladies, guys, all of you. Sorry, I have the natural tendency to use guys. I know it bothers some of you ladies out there, people. Apologize, I'm trying to fix that. But we'll be back after the AFK.
3, 2, 1, blast off. She's up. Come in ideal countdown control. Ready for second launching.
Atlas moving into position.
Fuel her up.
All set.
Countdown.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blast off! There she goes!
Yes, you can be in command of your own ideal countdown. It's a real electronic missile base. You sit at the controls and move missiles into place. You count down. You blast off. You track the flight. The ideal countdown comes complete with moon missile and lunar probe, as well as the giant Atlas. Get your electronic ideal countdown now, wherever good toys are sold.
It's a wonderful toy. It's ideal.
When you have a Labatt's, you have an adventure. Canadian Light. That's Labatt's. It's a great new taste in beer. Enjoy import quality at USA prices. Have an adventure. Have a Labatt's.
It's the newest, most exciting sound in town. It's a General Electric blender that's going around. Completely new from base to lid. Take it apart, see what they did. The non-skid base is the lowest you'll ever see.
The decanter has a 36-ounce blending capacity.
The non-spill lid is really smart. For blending convenience, it comes apart. Add additional ingredients, if you will. Look, no splash, see no spill. Put them all together and you know it's true. The General Electric blender is best for you. If you want to know another reason why,
It's only 10 1/2 inches high.
stores easily on the counter or on a shelf. There's 1,000 things you can make yourself.
Make party spreads.
Great cabbage heads. Blend the meatloaf for a family of 8. Make ice cold drinks you'll appreciate. Now's the time for you to buy the General Electric blender.
Did he say only 10 1/2 inches high?
Now, a new creation from Seal Test. Cottage cheese in ready-to-serve portions. Handy envelopes bring you brand new convenience and ease. Zip, it's open, quick and neat. Just the amount you need, the easy way to serve cottage cheese. The rest stays moist and creamy. Ready for next time.
Are they handy? Cottage cheese in ready-to-serve portions.
So easy to use, quick, and no bother at all.
The rest stays really fresh, moist, and creamy.
Yes, serving cottage cheese was never as easy as this. Seal Test's new square package with handy, ready-to-serve portions. Zip, it's open. Simple as can be. The rest stays moist and creamy fresh. You'll love Seal Test cottage cheese in new, ready-to-serve portions. Get some soon.
If you've ever been to Venice, you remember the gondolas and the picturesque waterways. And you remember the food, too. Superb food, prepared with that very special Italian touch. The same special Italian touch that Chef Boyardee sauce with meat can give to your meals over here. Because the recipe for this tangy sauce has been brought over from Italy by this famous Italian chef. Chef Boyardee sauce with meat is made from juicy, sun-ripened tomatoes and tender, quality beef, simmered in a spicy sauce that makes a rice and cheese loaf, a casserole, or a spaghetti dish a real Italian-style dish. So when you'd like to add that special Italian touch to your dinner, do it with Chef Boyardee sauce with meat. Try Chef Boyardee sauce with mushrooms, too. Both are prepared from the chef's own Italian recipe.
What? Keeping the coffee in the icebox?
Yes, Mr. Jones, it's a new kind of coffee, roasted by a new secret process. Hence, this new none-such coffee has a different flavor, a flavor preserved by vacuum packing, the flavor retained by refrigeration after the jar has been opened. Just taste it. You can't miss that delicate aroma, that clean, mellow taste. Yes, in cooking, the way to a man's heart is most of all through the coffee pot. In every jar, you'll find 3 special pointers, valuable in all methods of making coffee. Try new none-such coffee now. Use half the jar. If not 100% satisfied, get all your money back from your grocer without argument. Special for movie week, only 28 cents a pound, plus 3 cents refundable deposit on the jar.
Next week, George and Gracie will be brought to you by Carnation.
Hiya, happy boy. Wish you'd been with me today. We saw a great dog show, some beautiful dogs. There was the handsomest poodle, a real beauty, an international champion. His owner gave me some good advice.
There are many dog foods on the market, but the Carnation Company makes the best. It's called Friskies, and it's quality all the way through.
You should have seen the champion collie. He won everything in sight. The handler told me.
A very important part of this champion's diet is meat. That's why we feed him Friskies. The principal ingredient is lean red horse meat, the best you can buy.
So happy, you're getting real quality, and you're going to get your Friskies right now.
Friskies is prepared to the high standards of Carnation Company and guarantees prime-grade nourishment.
Schmidt's Blue Ribbon Bread gives you 7 ounces of non-fat milk solids in every loaf, the equal of 90 quarts a year if you serve it regularly. Every sandwich you make, every snack, gives you extra milk. For wonderful flavor combined with sound food values, serve Schmidt's Blue Ribbon Bread in the pantry pack.
Alexis Lachine wines are full of flavor. Alexis Lachine wines are dry. Alexis Lachine wines are mellow. Drink an Alexis Lachine wine with any kind of food. Or anytime you feel like relaxing with a drink. Alexis Lachine, fine French wines.
A pleasure, Milton. In just a moment, we'll see how well Milton does at the Pentagon. But if you want to see busy hands at your house, just you offer this lively Christmas party dip that's so good to serve with king-size Fritos corn chips. Just follow the recipe right on the Fritos package. Of course, it calls for the famous Philadelphia brand cream cheese, an 8-ounce package, which we blended with 2 tablespoons of milk till it's nice and smooth, like so. Then come 2 tablespoons of Kraft cream-style horseradish for zesty flavor, a 1/4 teaspoon of Worcestershire sauce, and finally, a dash of salt. And we'll blend our Philly mixture again. And when party time comes, let the folks enjoy this wonderful Philly horseradish dip with crisp king-size Fritos. There are those busy hands. Just remember, you make the best tasting dips with the freshest tasting cream cheese you can buy. Philadelphia brand cream cheese, made only by Kraft.
And we're back. So, these guys have been chilling out. Still need another, 20 or so minutes on those. We got a battle ready. Let's see how we do with our battle. All sorts of flag bearers and 14 allies versus 36 enemies. Eesh. More than 2 for 1. Getting close here. Only 4 of us left against 13. 3, 2. Oh, no. 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 What is this? No. No. We lost. No. Well, we're going to have to try that one again. Alright, last battle of the evening. Sort of tempted to throw these guys in my small pan. I think I'm actually going to do that. Yeah, I think we're going to swap these out into the small guy. I took a couple moments there and cleaned up everything here pretty well. I put the other pan of... I wrapped up and put away the other pan of cinnamon rolls for New Year's. So yeah, we'll throw you in the center. Yeah, this will work a little bit better. Won't be perfect. Tonight's the ugly batch of rolls. These are the smaller ones, though. There we go. That's a bit better. Give you a heat up to dry off. So yeah, how's everyone doing this evening? now that we're here to just chat and hang out and see what's new. Seem to have dwindled myself down here from 40 to about 11 viewers here. So I appreciate you guys for hanging out with me. Yeah, we're going to finish this off. That was more like a glass and a half, but this is about how I remember layer cake. A decent wine, but not like Wow, that's amazing. I know I tried this last year. I don't think I've had it in 2018 variety. Maybe we'll try a versus here at the end. If we finish up this battle and we're still doing a little bit more with this cinnamon rolls. Cinnamon rolls are going to take 25 minutes. So we'll be hanging out for a bit here. Pan's off now. Potatoes are looking gorgeous. I can pull those out probably at any time. Got a nice golden ring going around the edge there. Still a little bit of snow action on top. Sort of surprised it hasn't all melted down, but it's looking pretty though. Let's see what this message is. Probably Amazon telling me I have a package outside. Nope, something shipped. My replacement griddle slash grill pan. My folks bought me very nicely. Bought me a griddle slash grill cast iron pan that'll fit over two of my burners here. And unfortunately, it had what looks to me to be a manufacturer defect. It has a pretty decent chip in the actual metal. But where the chip is, it's a rough chip. There's a sharpness to it. But it's also been cured and oiled, like the rest of the pan. And there was no damage to the rest of the package. And there's no chip metal in the package. So to me, it says that they chipped this thing after they casted it and decided to try and ship it out anyways. And if it was something that didn't have a lifetime of cast iron, I probably would have lived with it. But this is a pan that I could have, I could pass on to a couple generations. So I don't want one that's messed up to begin with. And so I'm replacing that. And that was Amazon telling me that even though I haven't gotten my return back in the mail, I tried to walk it over to the UPS store today without thinking that it was Sunday. But as soon as I can, I'm going to get that back to them. But they shipped my replacement already, which is nice. My music stopped again? My music stopped again. Let's do a little music. Background chill music. So actually, we'll probably do one more battle on Stream Raiders tonight. Because we'll wait until the end of this battle for these guys, then we'll throw them in the oven, and at the end of the next battle, we'll be done. But otherwise, we're just sort of hanging out here. So feel free to shoot me any questions or ideas or complaints. What's happening in your worlds that's interesting? I need to get rid of this tree that's in my camera view here soon. Let's see if there's anything new in the world of news since we're just sort of chilling. Nah, EU's rolling out vaccines. California now has the worst COVID spread in the U.S. That's not good. Most popular healthy recipes of 2020. Let's see what this is. Black pepper, tofu, and asparagus. Looks like a decent dish. Broccoli spoon salad with warm vinaigrette. I'd do that. That looks tasty. Vegetarian carbonara. That's sort of boring. Spring hot and sour soup. Nah. Healthiest chicken salad. Yeah, no thank you. Salt and pepper fish. That looks decent. I don't do enough seafood though. Creamy-ish of mushroom soup. Okay, it's a vegan mushroom soup that's a cream soup. No. The last of these are like, well, that's not bad. Fall apart caramelized cabbage. That's something I could do as a side someday. There's a number of these that are just boring, trying to be vegetarian, vegan dishes though. I posted the article on my Twitter, but it's showing up here in news and with better photos. They excavated an entire... I mean, they're trying to revive all of what Pompeii originally was, since it's all been essentially preserved in ash. And they've most recently preserved what was like a fast food restaurant. I mean, it was like a street side restaurant, and you see they still have the frescoes there with the animals on them, like ducks and chickens. And it's got a lineup of all these different little like wells, like you could have heated or chilled these different wells, and kept things in all of them. Very service counter-esque. It's sort of creepy to see something like, I don't know, how long are we talking about? 2,000-year-old fast food restaurant? And it's not that different from your street food today? So, how far have we really progressed in 2,000 years? I mean, you look at it and it's looks like a restaurant. But since we're just hanging out here, I'll give another highlight and another shout out to the Discord here. I need another voter here, guys. I need someone to break this. I don't want to have to resort to automatic tiebreaker. Whether I go and get a streamer to do it or I find a website to randomly choose. We need some voters here in the next 24 hours between crickets and Fritos. Gonna have to cook with one of those two here on Wednesday. I sort of just assumed you guys were all gonna pick crickets. even with it being against Ensure. But you guys seem to be liking Fritos too, so... And we do have a decent lineup here for next week already. Let's see if there's anything new since the last I looked. Nope, it's looking like we're gonna have the vote next week between ramen and KFC extra crispy chicken. So that'll be next week's most likely, unless we get some other votes or additions here. I start top down most votes, and so we got 2 of them down here with 3 votes. And the rest are all 1s and 2s. But welcome you guys to add your own additions to the list. The only real guidelines here, at least mildly allergic to coconut, so let's skip coconut products. And looking to make products that are more hard to cook with rather than hard to eat. And so I have the be more creative than hot sauce or fermented fish. And ingredient available in time for me to be able to make this dish. We do have some really interesting ones here that would be really hard to do, like refried beans and canned chicken. Trying to use refried beans or chicken for dessert? Ugh. Pedialyte sardines for dessert? Ugh. Kombucha is just hard to figure out how to do it for either. Seltzer would be hard to do for either. Butternut squash would... that's actually on the easier side of ones. Cheese balls will be sort of rough for dinner, for dessert. Black garlic would be hard for dessert. Chocolate potato chips would be hard for the savory side. But yeah, you guys are feel free to add your owns in there. And we got the chicken that ended up looking burnt in this photo. That looked so burnt, and it wasn't burnt at all. So I'm sort of annoyed with this photo. But chicken turned out great with the herbs and butter. I was a little worried with that much parsley. It's been a while since I've done parsley, and I was actually really pleasantly surprised with when I essentially overloaded this with parsley. I didn't mind it. It was pretty good. Bread stuffing's always awesome. Yeah, this is much more representative of what the bird was like. It wasn't burnt. That was just sort of dark green. So, yeah. I talked about the other stuff before. How candy corn was an awesome thing for popcorn. Got a couple pet pics. Trigger put his pup up here. Oops. And we have Boat here from Friday's stream. Some cute pups. It's been a while since I added any other videos. I gotta add some more videos to these. I'm gonna add actually this recipe for cinnamon rolls, which is just tasty. But this is now the second time I've done it, and it's the second time that I think it's turned out pretty decently. So that'll be in the recipes to try list now. And we'll leave it at that. Starting to puff up a little bit more here. Starting to fill out that pan a little bit better, even though I've condensed the pan that I'm using. Another 10 minutes, you guys can get another 2 players on the field before we finish out this battle. Wow, it's been a while since I've gone this late on a stream. I want to say it was like Thanksgiving or Thanksgiving prep since I was this late. Let's see who's all online tonight. See who we can maybe plan a raid for ahead of time here. We've still got another 30 minutes here to hang out. 40 minutes. Definitely some options here since we're finishing up later on. There's a couple more streamers that I don't usually see when I'm finishing up. Might have someone interesting for you guys. Oh yay, parts of California likely have lockdown extended. Oh, we were expecting that anyways, but... yeah, there's an Indian casino here in Sonoma County, and apparently for the first, they were planning on doing a 4,000 person private party. Like, this is not a good plan, guys. And they've apparently canceled it now that word's gotten out that they were trying to do this. I've heard a number of employees or family members, employees, trying to say that it was just going to be high rollers, or it's 4,000 people. There's probably going to be 40 people there that are infected statistically. Just in general. Okay, so this should be good. Some good eye candy for you guys. I'm gonna pull this potato bake out of the oven now. Give you guys a look at this gorgeousness. I think it's been in there long enough to do its magic. There we go. Let's throw a thermometer down there and see what we got. Oh, quiet. I don't know why you're beeping at me. Oh yeah, that's cooked. Yeah, we're good. Not that I was too worried about already cooked chicken, but did want to make sure that we had a well-heated product all the way through, because don't want any chunky potato. But that's looking tasty to me. Another 5 minutes in the battle. Last chance for your last players on the field. Last chance to add your epic characters. As lurkers give me side eye. So many dishes. Actually, I think I've done a pretty good job of keeping up tonight. Might have a change here, random other news. Might have a change to our perspective on our main camera here. I'll have to wait and see on that. Christmas present to myself. I bought myself another wire rack for my kitchen for storage. And so I'm going to take... I have a little, like, half height, like table height, wire rack that I use to sort of my, like, enter the house. You know, it's got my pocket stuff and other various stuff that I grab and go inside and out, just at the door. And I'm going to replace that with a full-size wire rack. And I'm going to move that guy, the smaller guy, right here. And so I'm hoping I can get one of my old screens for a second screen set up here. I have two other screens that are mildly functional. I've got I've got a 1080p one that's got power issues and like a third of the screen turns pink. Probably shouldn't use it anymore. And I've got an even older one that one replaced it, that's pre-HD, that is still a computer monitor, so it's probably got a decent resolution to it. But that way I can have chat, and I can look down at chat and do this instead of that, nor read chat. So that should be good. And I'll be able to hide a few other things for streams there. Additionally, having the rack over there may mean a second mounting point for if I get into using a cell phone again for a fourth cam. We could have the proper, like, downward camera view. And this one. What I'm worried about my current camera view is I'm worried that with this view here, you're going to end up with a pole like right around. Maybe I'll be out of the screen. Yeah, I probably won't make it in there. Probably be able to live without it. We may stay with the same camera view, but it's going to be looking a lot different from my side. Not that you guys have even seen what I see in this way anyways. I've got a couple of packing labels looking at me in this direction, so I've never really done a camera view in that direction. Should just black those out and let you guys see what all I do in this kitchen. Because really it's nothing but a chest freezer, and a wire rack against that back wall where the camera is. I'm liking that I took this out and it's giving it time to hang out and rest and relax. It's obviously receded below the potato level here, the liquid has, but should be really nice for scooping out if I allow that to solidify up a little bit. Yay, battle! I've talked my way through 20 minutes. Let's see how we do here with our 10 allies. 10 allies versus 7 enemies now. Oh, we got this now. No problem. A little worried about those rogues. Ah, even they made it. Nice. Victory. Alright. 3 and Z with the kills and the assists. S23ZZ. And 3 NZ. We dual boxing here. With the rewards. And presents with a gold chest for our last battle of the evening. Go ahead and get your rogues out, because we're going to need those for all those other guys. I'll put my tank up there to handle tank and the rest of them. But yeah, looks like a rogue-friendly map there. We got a Snow King, which still a level 1, so unless something else pops up here, this should be a really good rogue-friendly map. Yeah. Oh, and we got presents all the way up here and all the way down here too. I'm going to give you guys a close-up here on the potatoes. Let you guys see what this gorgeousness turned out like. Very happy with this tonight. A little color on the bottom too. No burntness, but some color. And so I think it's time to throw these guys in the oven, even though they're going to be sort of small and deformed. They're going to need a good 25 minutes. And last part here is we need to make some frosting. So I'm going to take the rest of this leftover cream cheese that's been hanging out in the fridge, minus a little ugliness that's attached to it. We'll use that for our cream cheese topping. Not really digging this song. I think we'll skip that one. Two tablespoons unsalted butter. Melted. I'm going to count this as sort of melted. And sort of 2 tablespoons. It was on the cutting board before, and so it was only in the fridge for a couple minutes to cool down any further. Four tablespoons of milk. That's about right. Should leave me with like 2 tablespoons in there from that original container. Baby whisk time. Need to clean it off again. This is part of the dishes hiding in the sink now. Little vanilla extract. And powdered sugar. How much powdered sugar? 1 cup. That is about a cup of sugar. Might be slightly light, but let's mix that in and see what we get. Okay, we're going to add a little bit more powdered sugar to that. Okay, I'm happy with that other than how bumpy it is. So we're going to have to strain this loveliness. Okay, so there we got our cream cheese frosting for our cinnamon rolls. Which we're going to pull out of the oven just 5 minutes before our next battle here. Which means another 12 minutes on those. I can't wait for this potato bake. It's all nice and crispy looking. Yum, 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 yum. Our frosting's looking nice and still looks slightly grainy, but it's relatively smooth. I think we got all those lumps out from the butter and cream cheese at least. That should be enough for both of our pans here. We'll see. Might need to grab another batch of cream cheese to finish these out. That refrigerator of mine is just sounding worse and worse. It sounds like the compressor is loose and vibrating as it shuts down. At the same time, I'm torn because, I mean, it's a 10-year-old refrigerator. At least 10-year-old, because I've been living here 11 years. And so, it's probably a 12-year-old refrigerator. Doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, especially when it's a budget refrigerator to begin with, to service the thing. But I don't know, I'm sort of tempted to give my landlord a, hey, either save money for this or we're going to need some service soon. I'm someone that tries to make their landlord's life easy, too, though. Because, I mean, many times when you want to call and get your landlord to do something, yeah, you're wanting to not pay for it, but you end up paying for it anyways with time and hassle, and a lot of times I view it as cheaper and easier to just pay it and replace it yourself quick and easy, as long as it isn't something like where it's going to be a problem that you've fixed or changed something. Like light bulbs. You know, it's a simple one that people will call their landlord to change light bulbs. And it's like, okay, maybe you saved yourself a couple of dollars on a light bulb, but you had to deal with calling your landlord. Your landlord probably had to come into your house, so he had to deal with the time to travel over here and do it. And you have to be here, typically, for him to do it anyways. So why not just do it yourself and save everyone time and money? And I know you get into, yeah, it's the landlord and you shouldn't do that. I'm talking in general. I don't know, what do you guys think? We'll do a little cleanup here while we're waiting. Maybe I'll knock out all these dishes not having anything to do tomorrow. That's my hope here for the first week of next year. Like I said, I'm planning on streaming the first 8 days straight of 2021. Regardless of the fact that I have appointments and things bothering me on the 5th. And stuff like that. I may have other things bothering me. Family things. But like I said, general plan is I'd like to stream more this year than I did last year. And that means streaming well more than 3 nights a week. Which is what I more than averaged this year. So want to get that starting buffer going. Welcome in, Fabulous J. Fox. Wonderful actor. Making me want to go and see some good old Family Ties. It's been so long since I've seen any of those shows. They're probably so outdated now. Glad to have you, Fabulous Fox. We are currently cooking our reject batch of cinnamon rolls, which the frosting for there is on the cutting board. I'm doing a little cleaning while it's in the oven. Also made a pretty awesome batch of pretty awesome potato bake with chicken and a Gouda cheese sauce, and that's what's on the stove there. And I also made, even though it gave me quite a headache putting together, the caramel gave me all sorts of headache. Made some caramel corn earlier. So that's the loveliness we got going on tonight. Since I don't recognize your name from hanging out before, would love it if you join the Discord. We have ingredient vote going on there. I do a weekly vote every week. And this week, Wednesday for dinner, I'm going to have to cook both for dinner and dessert, either using whichever you guys choose in Discord, crickets or Fritos. And so that's a weekly thing I do. I hold a weekly vote and an ingredient challenge for me on Wednesdays. And it's been a lot of fun. I've been doing it 10, 12 weeks here. Oh, thank you, Fox. I appreciate you coming in. But that's been a lot of fun. And I've gotten to try a couple of things that I probably never would have tried without it. Like Vegemite and After 8 Mints. It's been a lot of fun. But tonight we're doing mostly prep for New Year's Eve, actually. Because the nice pan of cinnamon rolls and the caramel corn is all for New Year's. But that potato bake, I'm definitely going to make some inroads on that a little bit later. We got stream readers going here, which is sort of what I'm using for my timer here for the cinnamon rolls. We got another 8 minutes on that, so I should be taking those out soon. Chicken barf? I think the next time you make your frosting, instead of using, like a simple fat like butter or shortening, I think you should use lard. That heavy pork flavor, that's just going to go great with anything sweet you're doing. I do too. Oh, that's something I forgot I had. Oh, that's something else I forgot I had. The heck I do with my giant container of lard? I have a giant container of lard here somewhere. I've got probably another, quarter to a half gallon of lard in my chest freezer there. Just as a warning, Pambul, those words can be multiple languages, not just the U.S., not just English, U.S. English. But they are food related. Let's take a look at our cinnamon rolls. I'm going to give those another 3 or 4 minutes here. Ooh, that's a rough one. Or give it. I initially went towards like vegetable or vegetal, but I don't think that's what we got going on there. There's no L. I'm torn on that one. Nice! A veloute sauce with onions, herbs, white stock, and vinegar served cold. That sounds... wow. That's very much aspic territory there. That's sort of ugh. So white cream sauce with onions, herbs, white stock, and vinegar. But it's cold. Sitting here holding with the towel in my hand with a minute still to go here. Outer edges of those ones were looking like we're pretty much done, but the center didn't look like it had risen enough. So that's why I gave it another couple minutes there. Might actually do the battle here before we come back and pull those out. I think that's probably a good idea, actually. I'm going to cancel this timer. We're going to come back to that after that. We're going to do this as our last battle of the evening. But for you guys that are just joining us a little bit later on here, our main goal of the evening has been successful. We have our cinnamon rolls here for New Year's Eve. All the pretty ones. These ones haven't proofed yet. We got to give them another 30 minutes to proof at room temp. That's going to be gorgeous for New Year's. And so we're using the scrap ones up for now. And that potato bake, I just want to break into that now, but we're going to wait until the stream is done. And take a photo of that while we're sitting here and waiting. And there's all my socials. You can check out the Patreon. Patreon, I have all of my past streams, all 165, 66, 65? I think it's 165 streams. Plus 2 or 3 others. I did some screen printing that are up there. Should have 168, 169 streams this year. Wow! We're up late enough, we're streaming late enough that my Christmas tree turned off. Let's do our battle here. Battle. Last battle of the evening. We're at least getting all the presents out of the way ahead of time. Cutting it close here. 7 versus 5. 4. I think we got it. We're turning the tide here. Yeah, we got it. We just got to take out the presents. Who's gonna make it first, 3NZ or me? I win. Victory. Congrats to S23ZZ and Zempe. Totally not scuffed with the gold. And like I said, we're going to call it there for tonight as far as Stream Raiders. I will be back here on Wednesday. And as I said, another 24 hours left, or 22, 21 hours left on our vote in the Discord. If anyone's new in there, I'm going to have to give you rolls after the stream. But please go in there and vote. Give a choice between the Fritos and Crickets. We need a winning answer here. I don't want to have to go to a online random choice decision or find someone to answer for me. Put on the spot. Please, choose for me. But that's what will be happening here on Wednesday. I'll either be making dinner and dessert with Fritos and Crickets, or Crickets. And then we go and look at upcoming dates in the About side on my page. You have a whole list upcoming through the end of the year and all the first next month. All sorts of stuff coming up here. Should be a good next month. Let's see how our rolls are looking here. They're smelling like cinnamon rolls. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We got some cinnamon rolls. That's looking deliciousness. I'm gonna wait a little bit before I put some sugar on those. But let's see who we can give a rate to. Say hello to tonight. Who's still on and around. Might be able to give some rates to some unusual people that I don't normally do. You know what? I think we're going to surprise someone who's a regular here in this channel. First, we're going to check that they're... Yeah. So we're going to give a warm welcome to a regular from our channel that is in here regularly. She's a creative streamer. Awesome. So I'd like to thank you guys for joining me. We're going to add some sugar to those. Some frosting here in a little bit. We're going to let them cool down a little bit before I do that. Obviously going to be photos up on Instagram, Twitter, and Discord. Thank you guys for joining me tonight. I hope you have a lovely night. I will be back here on Wednesday. I hope you come back to join me with either Fritos or crickets. I'm actually almost half looking forward to crickets. I want that challenge. Thank you guys. Have a great night.